G'day, you good dunce. Shit, I didn't disable hot sauces. Fine, I'll do one hot sauce. No. Too early for that. Damn. If someone sued you and you ended up in court, does that count as courting the person? No, it counts as suing the person. Yep. Also, I'm not doing that. I will do that at 9 a.m. I'll do that hot sauce at 9 a.m. Let me, What if Sue is the person? Can Sue? Sue can sue another person named Sue. Yes. What did I need to put up here? It needs to be... Today we learn... Today our NPCs learn how to steal. Howdy. What up, Cobbler? How you doing? There we go. Alrighty. You are late. You are late. Alright. Let's knock this out. Well, you need 3 around you. But now that's wrong because you need 3 around you. There we go. Jesus Christ, that was terrible. That was horrible. Tricky redeemed late, of course. I am doing well, Cobbler. I gotta try and catch some sleep. Me and my wife got Dane court representing one of our kids along with our free legal help person. Fair enough. You get that sleep. You can watch... I'll do the 135k hot sauce at 9 a.m. So you can watch the stream right, at the 2-hour mark tomorrow, and you will see me dying with hot sauce. Yeah. Again, always late. It's like you can't help it. Like you want to be late. Bam, have a good sleep. Have a good sleep, Hilden. Cool. Comb the beard. Alright, give me a second. We'll get this done first. Weave. Easy. Try to remember that. Time blindness, right? So much time blindness. Comb it out. There we go. There we are. Ah, nice. That's right, we're doing the wrong one, aren't we? This is classic. We want to do extreme. We want to do extreme. Okay. Wreck. Ah. Choke. Sieve. Fight. And this is interesting. What up, Box? How you doing? I want a Dell Office PC just because I want to live that old retro life. Just buy one of the cases and then put your PC in it. Yeah. Yeah. Gamer. No, it's not gamer. That's not the word. Yep. Gazer. Gazer. Yeah, there was too many different options. Too many options. Alright, what are we doing today, y'all? We are doing this. We're having our NPCs steal. Yeah. Let's see. So under here, I guess there needs to be like a pick. What would it be? I think I need to add something here. I think I need to add something that picks what it is they're going to do. There we go. What would that be? I think it needs to be like task handler. Need to attach a script here. Does that. Okay. So, you drop that under there. I'm now purple. Now you can barely see me. I blend in too well to my surroundings. I'm like a stealth coder. No one wants to see this face. Exactly, Woosa. Okay. So. I still hear you though. Good. Disembodied voice. That's the plan. Yeah. The brightest thing is your nose. Shopping. Thieving? Is that how you spell thieving? Yeah. Thieving. And we need another one for being searched. Not searching. Task handler. We need an export with a dictionary. We know. Yes. Yes, it would need to be customer behaviors as a dictionary. And we need to go into our nums. Go. Actually, where's the worker one? Personality dialogue type. Huh. I guess we're gonna do it down here. Customer what? Customer what? The customer needs to... it's the different customer tasks, so it could be... let's just be customer behavior, right? Be shopping. What would it be? Shopping. Thieving. Being searched. We'll just leave it as that. We'll match them up. Match them up nicely. Customer behavior to node. We go function. Evaluate. Context dictionary. And this would need to be a behavior. This needs to return status. Ah, yeah. Return status running. And we have a look. We go status match context get behavior, which would be default to customer behavior shopping. Go shopping. Customer behaviors get. Sweet. Behavior. We do that. Then we can change this to just be behavior. We go get behavior. Evaluate context. Now this actually needs to be a sequence. Which means I can just do customer behaviors get behavior, evaluate context, all right. Evaluate context behavior, context get behavior. Then we evaluate that sequence. And then all right. I think that's all we need. This can stay running status. Like that, or that can stay returning running status. Because this is just going to keep executing constantly. And then... But if we do it this way... Ducky! G'day, you good dunce. How are yous? Welcome in. How are you on this fantastic Monday morning? My God. Can you believe that it's almost been 4 months of 2026? Almost 4 months complete. Holy damn. Fine so far, and you? I'm well. I'm still going through my coffee, so my brain's not 100% awake yet. But our NPCs are learning how to steal today. So that's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to seeing all the stuff that they take. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Mungalo, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to have you here. This is the start of our update. So we've got shopping, we have thieving and being searched. I'm just trying to think the best way to do this. Played Crashlands on PC after years of absence, back when I had it on mobile. Crashlands. What is Crashlands? Oh, it's 70% off. Butterscotch shenanigans, nice. Alright, that looks pretty good. Ooh, nice. You can create. Ooh. Create your walls and your doors and... Ooh. Nice. That's why I got it. The backstory of the dev is inspirational. I do love the name Butterscotch Shenanigans. So they made Crashlands 2016, Levelhead 2020, and they're making Crashlands 2 that came out last year. What's Levelhead look like? Okay. Okay, yep. So that's more of a direct top down. This is a bird's eye view. This is isometric. So I've heard people ask like what the difference is. Got a raid and run? No worries, Ducky, you do that. Have a good one. Thanks for the raid, much appreciated. But yeah, here's a good example. So this here is bird view. This is bird view where it's just like top down. Everything's like in a row, in a grid. It's like a side on bird view kind of thing. Whereas this here is things are more diagonal. Similar, like same perspective, same angle, but everything's laid out diagonally. So this would be isometric. Isometric, bird view. Isometric, bird view. Side view. These two do have a very similar art style. Like, the characters are a bit bigger. Yeah, I was interested in how their art style had changed over the years. Hot diggity dang! G'day, you good dunce. How the flippity heck are ya? What's going on? There's a lot of ya. Ooh, there's an Enosa. There's a Penguin. There's a Sorn, a Red Epicness, a Nico, a Captain, We got a Fugu. We got a Stowanowski. Yeah, I got that right. G'day, Enosa. An Intricist. Random Logic, my favorite kind of logic. Random. Azrael, how we doing? Welcome in, you good dunce. Good to have yous here. How was your stream, Jane? What were you up to? Hello again, Anthony. Hello again. Glad to have yous here. I am a floating head with hands. Don't worry. At some point soon, I am hoping to give myself a body. I'm hoping to give myself a body, which will be able to rotate and look at that. Look at those hydraulics. Look at those hydraulics working. Yeah. So yeah, at some point we'll have that set up. And then my head and hands will have somewhere to actually be projected from. Yeah. German or Swedish practice. Which one are we doing, Sprig? And a hydrate? Jesus Christ. Just wasting everyone's time? Isn't that what a streamer does? Like, our job is to just waste people's time, right? What's the first thing you're going to do once you have a body? Jump up. And then I think I might jump up again. And then maybe after that, I'll try getting down. I think that's the best. That'll be the best use. Swedish? Alright. Good night, I love you. Good night, Intricist. Will you jump on it? Nah. Nah. I'll be a robot. There's no way for me to jump on it. You're disgusting, Sorn. It's where's my? That's what I need to do. That. Understandable. Have a great day. You know it. I need to change this over to Swedish. Swedish. Thank you. Go here. And then we've got this. Change that there. Understandable. Have a great day. Thank you for the follow too. Much appreciated. As the message up above says, everyone that follows is a good dunt. Yeah. I'm currently waiting or like trying to get my hands on a like embossing tool for like leather or card or whatnot. So that I can get a bunch of G'day You G'dunt business cards and then have people order packs of like 10 or 20 or something like that. And then manually emboss their name into the card so that they can go out and be like, G'day, I'm a G'dunt. Then you hand them a business card that actually has written on it, G'day, I'm a G'dunt. And then their name embossed at the bottom. Come hit foots. Come here fast.
Kommer ambulansen snart?
Is the ambulance coming soon? Yeah. Kommer ambulansen kommer snart. Kommer ambulansen
snart. Det finns bara en bra kanal på min TV.
There is only one good channel on TV. Only one good channel on TV. My TV? I am Min TV. I forgot the Min. Whoops. Kom hit foot. Yeah.
Jag har hittat glasögonen nu.
I have found the eyeglasses now. Yeah. Chess. All right, we'll do chess after this. Do you want to play me random, or do you want me to play a random person? That was the weirdest sentence I've said.
Jag har
Jag har hittat
glasögonen nu. Mina söner har torr hud.
My sons have dry skin. Take him
Min
to the
hud är
goddamn
torr.
dermatologist.
Min hud är torr.
Min hud är torr.
Min hud är torr.
Min hud är torr. I was like, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense, but that's what it's saying.
Har du träffat hennes flickvän?
Have you met her girlfriend?
Jag tror inte att du har träffat min pojkvän. Jag tror inte att du har träffat min pojkvän. Har att träffat min pojkvän. Jag tror inte att du har träffat min pojkvän.
Inte.
Jag tror inte att du har träffat min pojkvän.
Inte har du.
Jag tror inte att du har träffat min pojkvän.
There we go. There we go. How you doing, Ginger? Hon har träffat. It doesn't give me the option to enter the custom characters. So
Det finns flera olika kategorier.
there are several cheap categories. What's it? Different. Fuck. Bolika is different.
Det finns flera olika kategorier. Det finns bara en bra kanal på min TV.
There is only one good channel on my TV.
Min hud är torr. Det finns flera olika kategorier.
There are several different categories. There we go. Nourish! G'day, you good dunce. How yous doing? We're just finishing up our duolingities. Good old duolingities. What were you up to today? Varför övar du på svenska? I mean, calm down. Calm down. Jesus. I'm trying to remember what över is. Why something you on Swedish? We were doing refactoring stuff tonight. Very chill. Nice. Well, I've also had random challenge me to a chess game. So random, do you want to play me using chess.com or Lichess? Do you have a chess.com account? Like what are we doing? What are we doing? Today, what I'm doing is I'm giving my NPCs a new behavior tree branch to allow them to steal items from the player. Yeah. What's best choice? What we can do, I can go Lichess. And I can go challenge. 3 minutes. No time. How do you like that? We can go challenge. And I can take this. There you go. Go to that random. It is exciting, Nourish. It's very exciting. Super duper exciting. Mm-hmm. How we doing, Lean? And now I'm white. Thank you for giving me my privilege. Much appreciated. All right. Looking good. You're white in chess seems fitting. That's fair. That makes sense. This is gonna be good. You ruined my plans. What are you doing ruining my plans like that? Come on. That's just mean. Rude. When's the black filter happen? Never. Well, I mean, soon. Soon. Let's see. All right. Your main problem is this. That's not going anywhere. So this is still only under attack by that, nothing else. So. Yeah. That's your biggest problem. Let's see. What's your plan there? I'm gonna win this just based on a timeout. Works for me. Do that. Just time you out. Done. What up, Sammy and Gamer? You're both late. Well done. Good game, Random. Good game. GG's. GG's. Alright. So this is what we're up to. Orthographic. No, not orthographic. That's not what that top-down view was. No. Now, orthographic is a very different style. So. This here. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this, basically. So, our customer can be stealing stuff, but then it could change into being searched. Redeem Grey, now Hypnotic the Grey. I am currently Hypnotic the Brown and Hypnotic the Mustache. And I will eventually become Hypnotic the Grey and then Hypnotic the Skeleton and then eventually Hypnotic the Who. That's going to be the progression of my life. Yeah. Or existence. Yeah. Yeah. It'll work. Alright. So I'm just wondering if they're thieving. I wonder if we're thieving, if they're in the exiting. If they're the player can also search them. You've changed how I develop and think in the Godot engine. Nice. Hopefully for the better. Hopefully for the better and not for the worse. Because that would that'd be terrible. I don't want to be the reason someone's doing worse. For the better, of course. Nice. Nice. Welcome back, Nourish. Welcome back. I'm trying to think. Like, if they're being searched. Not for too long, though. About bedtime for me, that's fair. That's fair. It is almost 8 a.m. for me. So early. Afternoon, morning, David. How you doing? How you doing? You're gonna need plenty of sleep for tomorrow, Nourish. Plenty of sleep. If we have... I wonder... I need to get up at 9:45 for a 10 a.m. meeting. Ew. Ew. All right. I think we get rid of this. I think we go export variable. Shopping sequence. thieving sequence. And being searched sequence. So the reason why we need to do this is because under here we'll go if context get being searched, then we go being searched evaluate context else if context get thieving, I guess I could change it to just elif context get thieving. Then we go thieving, evaluate context. Otherwise, we're just doing shopping, evaluate context. So it doesn't matter if they're thieving or shopping. If they're being searched by security or the player, then that gets prioritized. That is the highest priority. If they're not being searched, if they're thieving, then we're running this. If they're not thieving, they're shopping. Simple, straightforward. Don't need to worry about an enum. Get rid of those. And we go generate dialogue details. Actually, no, not that. Set up this stuff. Set up nav. So we have exit points, target points, behavior tree context targets. We go if randf is greater than 0.99, 0.98. So 2% of customers will try to steal. Is that fair? Randf greater than 0.98. Randf. We go behavior tree set thieving to true, and we return out. Yeah, because we don't need to worry about money or bonuses or anything like that. We don't need to worry about a review for the NPC. Okay. I think that'll work. That'll work. I was trying to get something done before, and just based on your explanation, I was able to figure it out. Excellent. Love it. Love it. What was it that you needed to figure out? Actually, that reminds me. Engine database. Programming language, there we go. Now this is the thing we need to worry about. Getting two Area 3Ds interact with each other while being different from different scenes. Yeah. Yeah, nice. So you can set that up so that it's... The areas, I think, by default only overlap bodies. But I think you can actually, like, specify them to overlap other areas as well. Yeah. There's O3DE. There's Ogre 3D. This is interesting. Flax. Torque 3D. Unigen. An open source 3D game engine written in C++, powered several successful versions. Tractor. Pragma. Let's see. Flax Engine. Torque 3D. Unigen. Easy Engine. I haven't even heard of half of these. This one here is probably... Yeah, this one's not. I mean, that lighting looks pretty nice. Integrated jolt and bullet physics. Oh, nice. Easy to use character and vehicle controllers. Nice. Okay. There is a Linux support. Nice. That's pretty good. Looks nice. Pragma filmmaker. Yeah, nah. Modular and flexible. Fmod and jolt physics. Jolt physics is everywhere, I'm noticing. Like, ever since I heard jolt being used in Godot, I'm like now seeing all these other engines using jolt. I don't know if that's because I just didn't notice it before, because I just dismissed it, like, yeah, whatever, it's using a physics thing. Mainly developed on Windows, renderer currently uses DX11, a Vulkan port is in development, okay. Unigen. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'd bother with this one. The website's too corporate. Torque 3D. Torque 3D is a powerful C++ engine built on literal decades of proven torque technology. This legendary engine has been used in hundreds of games by professionals and hobbyists alike. Open source, completely free with the MIT license. Torque 3D is one of the most cost-effective 3D engines available. Alright. Games. What games have been made in this? Visitors First Contact looks interesting. Pirate Code. Nothing I've heard of. That doesn't mean it's not a good engine. Flax Engine. That looks nice. That's a bit too much bloom and fog going on up there. That looks nice. That looks nice. They really like their... Jesus Christ. Hey, those are Cinti assets. We know what Cinti assets are. Yeah, it definitely looks like Ogre and O3DE going to be my top 2 choices for some C++. Alright. And what we can do... 2 in every 100. I don't think we want 2 in every 100 though. We want 1 in every 20. I mean, I suppose it's 1 in every 50 on average. Nah, that'll be right. Alright, so. Thieving. How do we want to break up thieving? I feel like we need to have a move to target and an enter store. Oh, whoops. So we have move to target, enter store. Pick random, picks a browse. Or dialogue. I guess we just make it browse. Now I can get rid of this. We add a node. I guess that's something I could do. I can get rid of that. I don't really need thieving to be a... I don't need thieving there. The reason why is because I can update something like this take item check. And we just go... If context gets thieving, then so we have shelf here. I think we need I do need to clean this stuff up. Need to clean this stuff up a lot. But basically, we want in here, once we've got the shelf, we don't care. We go... If context gets thieving, We will return. Status success. And we want it to say... take item without showing bag. So we need to do that stuff. Alright. We got ads. We got ads. Let's break for a minute. Give my neck a rest from constantly looking. Turning and twitching and breaking. Alright, what do we have here? Web, Venom. No. Web, Net, Cloud, and Cyber. Tech, internet type stuff. No? Fine. Fine. Net, hook, rod, bait. Fishing stuff. Meatless cannibalism. Alright, what else do we have? What else do we have here? Huff. What are these connections? Manic? Cloud, billow, plume, and puff. Smoke things. Okay. What? I have no idea. I have no idea. One away. Okay. So something here is one away. Cyber Venom Blue Manic. If we change... What, Venom? With... We'll change blue with cannibalism. Okay. That's annoying. Associated with Black Widow spiders. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. What up, Mr. J? How you doing? Blue Monday. I've never heard of Blue Monday. Cyber Monday I've heard of. Manic Monday I've heard of. I've never heard of Meatless Monday. Never heard of Meatless Monday or Blue Monday. I'm assuming Blue Monday and Meatless Monday are both things that depressed people have. Yep. How you doing, Jay? All right. Take item without showing bag. So, when we take an item, we have NPC give item. Go. Let's do this. If thief return. Alright. So we need to get an item. Shelf take item. Vongo, how you doing? You got a new bike. Nice. What type of bike are we talking here? Is it just a regular bike? Is it a racing bike? Is it a mountain bike? A dirt bike? An e-bike? A Vespa, which isn't really a bike, but, you know. Mike, 75 stream streak. Nicely done. Nicely done. Just a normal bike? Nice, nice. I'm assuming it's the coolest type of bike. The pink one with Barbie stickers, and it's got like the tassels off the handles. What a time to raid in, Zed. I was just asking one of the viewers here who got a new bike what type of bike they got. I'm assuming the best type of bike, which is a Barbie bike. Yeah, can't go wrong with that. That's your chopper. I wish. I only have my mech suit, unfortunately. What were you doing, Zed? How was your stream? Almost finished restoring an old gravel bike. I can't imagine that would ride too well. I would imagine the tires would be very bumpy, the seat would be uncomfortable, and I don't know if gravel holds together too well to support the weight of someone sitting on it. Yeah? It's a blue frame and green seat and handlebars. Nice. Nice. Mine was good. Mix of trying Linux, teaching art, and hacking on C++. Nice. Nice. I am currently teaching my NPCs how to steal stuff. Basically, I'm just setting a flag randomly saying, hey, is this NPC going to be stealing? Yes? Okay, let's have them go into the store and steal stuff. Simple. Simple. Yeah. Riley, thank you for the lurk. Much appreciated. I hope you're having a good day. It is currently 8 a.m. on Monday. And see this. I don't know if you're ever in this mood, Zed, or anyone here that streams. But I try to stream every day. But there's some days where I'm just exhausted. And I'm like, oh my god, I'm looking forward to the weekend. But then I remember, wait, no I'm not, I don't have a weekend. Does anyone else that stream have that? It's like a layover from, or like a carryover from when I was working. Like when I was working, I'd be like, "Oh my god, just when's the weekend?" They should only try it if you're not near them and not looking. This is true. This is true. This is true. I do have a plan. I do have a plan to also set up security cameras and anti-theft gates. So security cameras, there will be 3 tiers of security camera. One that has a 40% chance of detecting, or one that has a 50% chance of detecting if someone steals something. One that has a 80% chance of detecting if someone's stealing. And another one that has the same 80% chance of detecting if someone's stealing something, but it moves. So it's always turning and looking to see if someone's stealing something. So, yeah. It's been a while when I work for someone else, so not too much. But I do go, man, I need a vacation. Same here. Same here. I think once I release Bobble Shop Sim, I think I'm going to need to take like a week off. Or just take a week of just playing some games. A week of just playing some games, not doing any coding or modeling or artwork. Just a week of resting my brain. My plan was to stream on weekends, but maybe I should rethink that. A graveler bike is not quite a road bike and not quite a mountain bike. Sounds like a bike you give to a Pokemon. Then you have your own weekend, which is weekdays, which is the best weekend. Very nice. But yeah, I think for now, all I want to do is have them take the item off the shelf and go NPC, give item true, because they are thieving. They are thieving. Gonna ride to get something to eat? Fair enough. You get that exercise. You ride that bike to go get fish and chips, and then when you get home after the second ride, you undo all that exercise with unhealthy food. You do that. Thanks for the lurk, Vongo. Much appreciated. So this is very basic at the moment. It doesn't detect if the player's within range or anything like that. I probably should do a raycast to the player and go, you know, is the player in range? Are they on the other side of furniture? And are they looking, like, are they actually looking at the NPC? So That's not what I want. I really need to clean up this entire take item check because it's so long. But yeah, it's just like getting the shelf that the NPC should use, taking item off the shelf, or not taking an item off the shelf and moving on. Yeah. Huh. I will. You should write rap songs, Vongo. That was some good rap right there. Love it. Okay, so if they're thieving, we want them to... I need a check, so we need something in here that says... it'll call a function. It's like... should steal. We go if should steal. Which does that. Alright. You can set up a function. Should we? Should steal. Bool. We go return false. We need to recast. I don't think I'm going to sneeze. Oh my god. It's at that point, my nose is at that point where it's like, I'm going to sneeze. I'm going to sneeze. But then you don't sneeze, so your nose is just irritated. Oh. So should steal, we need query physics rate query parameters. Create. I'm going from What up, Nathir? How you doing? Vector 3. G'day, you dunce. NPC. World position X. Player instance camera. Global position Y. NPC. World position Z. So that's our origin. Our 2 is going to be player instance camera global position collision mask should be 1 and 2. That's it. That's it. Player and world, nothing else. Oh, and furniture. So 12 is floor furniture. 10-9. Then you got 8765. Then you got item NPC player world. Yeah. I know people probably hate it when I do collision mask stuff using binary. But it's the easiest way for my brain to process it. You didn't say hi or reply to my text in Robin's stream yesterday. It was something about making me feel at home because of the song that you were playing. Yes, you were playing Men at Work, Land Down Under. Yep. The joke's on you, though, Nathir. The joke's on you. Because I never feel at home. Yeah. My coffee is cold. Yeah. That's insane. So, I'm hearing a lot about large creators needing to re-upload their streams and their videos to Spotify because malicious actors will take their streams, their videos and whatnot, upload them to Spotify, and then make claims against the original video saying that it's theirs because they have it uploaded to Spotify. So, it's very interesting. That's weird. I wouldn't say it's weird because it's the strange thing to me is that there hasn't been something set up that has, something gets uploaded to YouTube, something gets uploaded to Spotify, all that kind of stuff. It should have a date on it, and it should get registered somewhere. It should get registered somewhere in an independent database or something. And then when a claim is made, a lookup can happen against that independent third party that goes, YouTube said this video was uploaded at this time. The claimant is saying their Spotify was uploaded at this time. Yeah, no, the Spotify is newer than the YouTube video. So, no, that's an invalid claim. There's terrible people everywhere, though, every decade. Also, hey, Hypno and chat. Hello, Spunk. I think, yes, there are terrible people everywhere. The problem, I think, is that none of the... there's no profit There's no profit to be made by setting up a service like that. So, if there was profit to be made in that, then Google or Apple or Spotify or someone would have created that service and be charging like music studios and stuff and like other services and whatnot a fee, and be like, you can have all of the content on your platform put onto this database, and when someone makes a claim, we look it up and go, they're making a claim of this thing that was uploaded after the content they're claiming. So no, it's an invalid claim because your content is newer. Like you can't upload something and go, oh, this person that put it up before us is actually, and after that, they can still make the claim. But the person making the claim then has to go, no, this is 100% a real claim. 100% a real claim. I make this statement knowing that my services can get deactivated and that I can be charged for falsifying information. So it takes the pressure off of people receiving the claim to go, no, this is a false claim, go away. And it puts the onus on the people making the claim to go, yes, this is a valid claim. It's not just one of our 45 AI agents raising a claim because it didn't know. Like, it can't tell that it's two different things. Yeah. Same with copyrights, patents, trademarks, etc. Even if someone is uploaded earlier, doesn't mean they are the true owner of said IP, so things get tricky. Well, that's why, Funk, you have it so that after it gets denied because it was uploaded after the original, you have it that the person making the claim goes, I understand that, yes, but this is a valid claim. This is a valid claim. We are the true IP owners of it. We have proof of that. And we make this statement knowing that our services can be terminated. Like, our account can be terminated. We can be charged. We can be fined for perjury or for lying, making a false claim, like a false copyright claim. We understand that, but this is a real, like, this is truly our IP that they have stolen. So you're putting the onus on the people making the claim, not the people receiving the claim to fight it. Because the way a lot of this stuff works at the moment is, it's not an innocent until proven guilty system. It's you're guilty because someone has made a claim, until you prove that you're not. That's the system. That's how it's set up at the moment. So implementing something like that flips it and goes, you're making a claim, you have to prove that that claim is valid before we send it through to anyone. Yeah. And that's why a lot of these scammers and stuff will just raise false claims, because it's not on them. They just raise it and go, yeah, this is ours. if this person doesn't dispute it in 30 days, we get money. That's basically what it is. And it also it would help deal with bots. It would help deal with bots that just raise a claim. Because the amount of times that I have had claims raised against my live streams being like, "Ooh, you're playing copyrighted music," and then you listen to it and it's like, these songs are completely different. Plus, if you look up in the corner here, it tells you what fucking song is playing on Spotify. You dumbasses. So it helps get rid of that stuff and be like, no, it's go away. Is there any other project besides this one that you worked on? Not as a full game that I want to make. Cybersecurity and financial stream plus game development. Right. The main issue that you get though is music within a stream. So I think there needs to be something in terms of services and stuff that prohibits the use of AI to detect potential copyright and raise claims without a person actually getting involved. I think there needs to be some repercussions. There needs to be some repercussions for groups and individuals that raise false claims over and over again. Like, I've gotten so many false claims raised against me for music when I'm playing Stream Tunes music that it makes me think, am I able to just like, can I sue this company that keeps having this AI raise false claims against me for harassment? Is that something I can do? Because they own the AI. They're responsible for what the AI does. If the AI is harassing me with all these false claims, can I sue them? That feels like something I should be able to do, right? There we go. I think traffic lights use AI to send tickets. This guy got a ticket for running a red light, but his car was on the back of a tow truck. With that, I don't think that's AI. The way those red light cameras work is they will take a photo of a vehicle going through the red light. What would have happened in that instance is they have license plate detection inside the, like, when it takes the photo, it detects the license plate and what the license plate number is. It would have detected the car's license plate on the back of the tow truck instead of the tow truck's license plate. That's what would have happened. That's what would have happened. And that's why they should cover the license plates of the vehicles they're transporting because of that type of thing. Yeah. They have chimpanzees monitoring traffic lights. That too. G'day, Cam. How you doing? You are late. You are super late. I think this is just a matter of, like... Get World 3D. Direct Space State. I had a good reason, Your Honor. Lies and slander. You've never had a good reason for being late, Cam. Ever. That would actually be copyright claims, I believe, instead. Good water. Someone reversed into my car. How many times are people going to reverse into your car before you admit that it's just you not putting on the handbrake? Okay? Just say it. You forgot to put the handbrake on and your car rolled into traffic. I was parked and I am on a hill. Yeah, so you forgot to turn the handbrake on. The car in front rolled into me. Nah. What I think happened is you're on a hill. You backed up. You backed up into the parking spot. And so did they. They backed up into the parking spot too. And then you didn't have your handbrake on, so your car rolled forward and hit the back of the car that was in front of you lower on the hill. That's what I think happened. Because this is what, like the 12th time that someone has hit your car while you were parked? It's getting to the point, Cam, where you're going to make a claim with the insurance, and they're going to be like, hang on. We need to check what this guy's doing. We're going to send someone out there to investigate this and see what the fuck's going on. He's got too many people hitting his parked car. Statistically impossible. I think he gets into accidents on purpose. I mean, yeah, there's this new car crash, and then there's, what was it? Earlier he set his house on fire or set off the smoke alarms just because he lit candles. I don't think Cam is ready to live on his own. He also managed to get 2 tickets in like a 4-hour period. Oh. Cam pissed off someone, clearly. Your Honor, my car's gravitational pull is out of hand. Or someone's a troll. Put a giant magnet below the vehicle. One for parking in the middle of the street, and the other for driving in the bus only lane. He drives like a bitch. Drive an SUV? Sure you do. Sure you do. Bus only lanes are only in use during certain hours and days. It's a good idea to just stay out of them. I thought it was a Saturday. How do you think it's a Saturday? Redonkulous. My head was hurting that day. Silly. Silly, silly, silly. Drive a Vauxhall Crossland. Vauxhall? Jesus, I haven't heard that for ages. Space. Intersect ray. Query. If results has collider and results collider is player, return false, otherwise return true. Well, actually, in here, we want to go if player instance global position dot NPC global position is greater than 0.4, return false. Yeah, perfect. Biggest car company in the UK. Ah, it's a UK car company. Okay, okay. That's why I don't know it. So what we're doing here... also, how you doing, Cavino? How you doing? How'd the remainder of your stream go? Let's see. Got lots of little bugs fixed. Got lots more to go. But besides that, pretty good. Nice, nice, nice. Good to hear. Let's see. Because the dot product is greater than 0 if... Something like that. Something like that. If the character is more than 90 degrees either direction away from the object. Is that right? Hang on. Hang on. Dot product. So that's... $3D dot product. So I'll just go here. So it'd be this type of thing. So yeah, they're facing that way. They got AP and BP. AP, A direction to P. Okay, you need to get the direction to. And then we need to get AP .fa. Okay. That's what we need to do. So we need to go player instance global position direction to NPC global position. And then we do direction to dot the players facing. So we need the players facing angle, which would be just rotation. Is that right? Yeah, who do you play on Deadlock, Camino? Direction to dot player instance global rotation. Is that right? Something like that. Celeste, Moen, Krill, Warden, Graves, and Bebop. Nice. Nice. I can't play Moen, Krill. I can kind of play Bebop and Warden. I've expanded my roster. My roster is now Celeste, Drifter, Graves, Infernus. I've figured out Infernus. Mina, Page, and Kelvin. That's my roster. Sometimes I throw in Silver as well. Or Wraith. Silver and Wraith I'm okay with. I still can't figure out Apollo. I'm trying to figure out Victor. But yeah. Struggling. I immediately gave up on Apollo's 3 movement. Yeah. Yeah. It's getting to me a little bit. I kind of felt bad for a group that I was playing yesterday, so yesterday I played a couple rounds before I started streaming in the afternoon. And the last round before finishing, I was playing Celeste. It was a street brawl, and each team had won 2. So it was going into match point for both sides. And this is after my team won 2 in a row. And then the opposing team annihilated us and won 2 in a row. But then while I was playing Celeste, I got Seraphim Wings in the last round. And I was like, oh, well, they're done for. There is nothing they can do. And yeah, Absolutely destroyed. Unit vectors. Unit vectors. So how do we get FA? If FA is the unit vector... Ow. Apollo can be OP, but I cannot. Yeah, same. What's the... So FA and FB are unit vectors representing the zombies facing direction. So how would I get that? Would I just normalize... Because it's not going to be global rotation. It needs to be... There's going to be their basis Z. No. Graves is her own creepy generation. PAF. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Bebop is maddening to play against. I don't think Bebop's maddening to play against. There's... Yeah. Gun Graves is wild. Yeah, my go-to for Graves is Bullet Life Steal, if I can get a hold of it, and upgrading that to Leech Life, if I can. Titanic Magazine, or just something that increases magazine size. Tesla Bullets or Toxic Bullets as well. As well as Escalating Resistance. Escalating Resistance is great because as you're smashing them, your bullet resistance is going up, so their bullet damage is doing less and less to you, while yours is doing more and more. And also, there's another one. There's another one that's while your bullets are hitting them, it's reducing their spirit resist. So you get that as well, and then you hit them with the deadheads at the same time. Yeah. Valve getting people hooked on their new game as always. Yeah, basically. There. Graves becomes unstoppable. Played with your brother and cousin last night too. What, this gamer and the other gamer? Had someone on my team named that one other gamer. See, I feel sorry for you all because I, like, being in Australia, I get paired with people different to you. I get paired with, like, people in my area and whatnot. And one of the people that always comes up that I play either with or against is Big Titty Goth Girl. So lucky, right, Cavino? When I saw that name, I was like, that's so great. As you won't turn on a camera. I just saw that name and I was like, that's a great name. We know that's just a guy on the other end trolling, but that's a funny ass name. What is this angle unit vector that I need to get for the player's facing direction? It's just normalizing the global radius, isn't it? Or the global angle. Or is it just basis? Is it just basis multiplied by forward? Like, is it player instance global basis multiplied by vector 3 forward? Does that give me the unit vector of the player's facing direction? I feel like it does. I mean, I get it. I keep being paired with Joe Biden all the time. When I was playing a lot, we had to deal with people who had shit buckets. What? That's got direction 2 player. Like, which part of this is returning the player's facing direction? What up, Alanado? Or Lana, yeah, Alanado, yeah. I'm looking for fun stories. Got any stories you're telling? Here's one. I woke up this morning and I was really tired. That's the end of the story. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. I'm still really tired. So direction 2 player. So that's the direction to the player, Mike. I need the player's facing direct. Like, I need the, like, straight in front. I'm assuming that's just going to be the player's global basis multiplied by forward. Will give me their facing direction in a unit vector. Thank you for the follow too. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. You fantastic gedunt. Absolutely fantastic gedunt. Yes. Okay, cool. So it is the global basis multiplied by vector 3 forward. Awesome. So we have the player's direction to the NPC, and then we're comparing that direction with the player's facing direction. And we're checking to see if it's within 0.4. Maybe point. If it's greater than 0.7. So it's like most of the vision, apart from like the very edge of the peripheral. So yeah. That'll be good. We'll probably make it 7.5. Or 8. Because if we make it 8, then it's going to be, what, like 20% of 90 degrees, which is 18. 18 degrees or 27 degrees. I'll do it a 7.5. We'll do it a 7.5. 0.7 is cos 45 degrees. Not in this instance. So the dot product is going to be a value between 0 and 1 or 0 and -1. Between 0 and 1 is an angle of 90 degrees at 0, up to 0 degrees directly in front of you. What up, Shifted? How you doing, Shifted? What were you up to today? Welcome in, you get done. You're raiding in just as ads are about to hit, I think. Maybe Seribot was able to snooze the ads for us. I don't know. I hope they were. Working on character controller. Nice, nice. Which engine? I was actually looking into some stuff yesterday. Unity? Nice. Very, very nice. I was looking into some stuff yesterday for Godot, actually. And I found GD Script MAME. This here. Which is a GD Script obfuscation plugin. So it transfers your code, like basically obfuscates your code, so that it makes it difficult for people to like reverse engineer it, understand how it works with the server if you're making a multiplayer game, stuff like that. So it's more difficult for them to create cheats and exploits and stuff. And then there's also Godot Secure that I came across as well. And Godot Secure is a Python script that creates a cryptographically unique engine build so that when you do an export of your game, it prevents generic decryption tools from being able to access your stuff. So I'm interested to see what would happen if we used this to create a unique engine build, create a build of our game, and then see if the different tools out there for extracting and decrypting stuff for Godot games still works. That would be very, very cool. So, yeah. Key obfuscation, yes. Magic header, randomized. Required reverse engineering, per build. Per engine build uniqueness, yes. Universal decryption tools, protected. Encryption algorithm, AES 256. Camellia 256, AES 256. Yeah, it'd be interesting. It would be interesting. Yeah. Anyway, we have ads hitting. So, yeah, I noticed those yesterday. Today, we're just getting our NPCs set up to steal things from the player. Set up thieves. Should make it interesting. Yeah. Very, very interesting. Also, NPC. I'm thinking up here. I do things in a very lazy way. If I change that to a 7, so that's a 3 in every 100 or a 1 in 33 would attempt to steal. I think leaving it as a 1 in 50 is fine. I think that would be fine. We can always balance it later. Dot product is on 2 normalized vectors. Returns cos between them. Yes. Why a dot return of 1 is 0 degrees and 0 is 90 degrees. So, the way that the dots work, is... Where are we? So you're going to have... if it's greater than 0, so from here, 0 is along here. As it goes up to here, that there directly in front is 1. So that says that they're in front of the player. Yeah. And backwards, directly behind, is -1. So you know that that's going to be 90 degrees to 180 degrees. And then, yeah. So you're going to get something from 0 to 90 is 1 to 0. And then 0 to -1 is 90 to 180. Because the dot product returns as a value between... Yeah, they're right here. When using unit vectors, the result will always be -1, 180 degrees, and 1, 0 degrees. See? Right there. So... Anyway, we got ads. Time for me to lose at chess. As is tradition during our ad breaks. Beautiful. It's fine by me. I'm not too concerned about that. I don't need that rook for my attack. Yeah, that ain't happening. Oh, no? Okay. Then do that. And go here. Wait for it to click. Oh, what the hell? Why would you not just take it? I gave them that. I gave them the game. Let's see. Let's go here. Let's see. Ha! Damn it. Cool. Well, we fulfilled our promise. Losing during the ad break. I told yous. Told yous it would happen. Can't break tradition, can we? All right, so what were we up to? That's right, the should steal. So we have the should steal, which will, calculates that, checks the dot product, returns false if the player is able to see them, and returns true if the player is not able to see them. We're ignoring security cameras. And then under here, we do take the item and move on. Yeah, cool. So that there, they will steal the item under checkout, I think it is. Once they have finished, hang on. Checkout, exit store. Oh, that's the other thing we need to do. Context set exit store. There's a 40% chance that they will leave, 60% chance that they'll stay and try and steal something else. Have a good one shifted. Enjoy your sleep. I hope it's nice and lovely and relaxing and you wake up in the morning all refreshed, not needing coffee. Went through Quebble's map save video yesterday. It was interesting, especially the way he created an editor tool function to convert properties to drop-down list to add to the array. Thinking of integrating it into my framework add-on I'm making. That's fair. Okay, so from here, if they're exiting store, then that's going to be running move to target. And yeah, so I'm just gonna do this. God damn. What's going on, Irad? How you doing? There's so many people coming here today. What's happening? We raiding? We are raiding, aren't we, Medusa? What's up, Irad? How the bloody hell are you doing? What was your stream about? I am making NPCs steal stuff from the player. From the player's store. A very good stream. Good to hear. Good to hear. Got raided by a 20x dev named Just Cavino. Just Cavino. 20x dev. Did you forget a decimal point somewhere? See? I knew it. I knew he forgot a decimal point somewhere. Thank you for the correction, Cavino. Wait till he gets his power to 100%. Yeah, then he'll be a 0.4 times dev. I know my place. I love it. I love it. Well, what were you doing, Irad? Apart from being rated by a 0.2 times dev, as a self-proclaimed 0.2 times dev. Worked a bit more on the UI of the typing game. Nice, nice, nice. I think we've been rated by every 10x dev that this platform has to offer right now. So you've seen the page, right? I believe I have. I believe I have. Give us a link. Give everyone in chat a link, Irad. He took smoking breaks and left us mainly, to be honest. That sounds like Irad. Yep. Let's see here. Nice. Yeah, I've seen this. I remember this. You got different screens. Nice. Very, very nice. Yep, you gotta type out all the words and then, yep, type to defend. Nice, nice. I've noticed a lot of typing games of late. Like, a lot of typing games. There has been... It seems like... I would have never guessed. If you had have asked me, like, a year ago, what game's gonna be huge in 2026, I would have never said typing games. This is like the 5th typing game that I've seen in the last, like, 3 months. Never played typing games, to be honest. Because there's, Eris. I believe Eris is also doing a thingamajig. A typing game. Yeah. Alright. We've got another... Jesus Christ, we've got another raid coming in. See you soon, Ezra. Anywho. Let's flip that back. And now we're back onto the screen anyway. G'day, you gidunts. How are yous doing? Let me change my... I'm really glad that I fixed up my stream title to not hit the character limit, because that's... Oof. I love this, closing all my tabs slowly. So the good thing about that, Cavino, is every tab you close in Chrome is going to be saving you about 800 megabytes. Minimum. Yeah. Stay zoomed. Apparently I'm not allowed to do anything today. I just have to stay here with, like, people seeing the head. I use Edge. Why? What is wrong with you? Yuck. Juice is buttery too. Juice is buttery. Or whatever. That's fair. That's fair. What were you doing, Ezra? Tell us all about it. How's your game? Post the Steam page. All that stuff. Post away. Say hello to all of the other raiders that we have here. There's basically everyone on Twitch at this point. Heck yeah, wishlist available now. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Because it came with Windows, duh. Everyone, we need to have an intervention with Cavino. Okay. Not only does he use Windows, which is bad enough, But he also uses edge. Free demo up for June Next Fest. Why do you specify free demo? Is there going to be a demo later that's not free? Are you going to charge people for said demo? Through the Shatter. You say that with like a Scottish accent, it's probably something different. No, not the intervention. I mean, early access is kind of demo, I guess. That's true. That's very true. Early access is paying for beta testing. Yeah. Yeah. I did enjoy this when I played it. It was very good. It was very fun. You don't have a trailer. You don't have a trailer up. No trailer? Can't do trailer yet. That's something that I'm going to be planning for my next game. Is I'm going to be like, all right, what do I need for my demo and subsequently the trailer? Because those are going to go hand in hand. So I'll be like, whatever I have in the trailer needs to be enough to be like grabbing, but it also needs to not be so much that the demo has more content than it should. You know, I want the demo to have like the first, like the tutorial section and the first section after that. And then the full release will have like another 7 or like another 4 to 7 sections afterwards. And the demo will be about 30 minutes to an hour of gameplay, depending on how good you are with puzzles. So I'm working on the main gameplay, locked in, do visual update first. That's fair. Yeah. Visual update first is a big thing. Because, yeah, like, if you put up a trailer with bad visuals, it doesn't give a good impression. I should know that, because my UI in my game was shockingly bad. And then we improved it, updated the trailer to have the new UI and whatnot, put it out there. I think the trailer looks infinitely better with that new UI. So, not hard pushing the page just yet, but yeah, once trailer's up, I'm gonna push my main video channel as such. Yeah, nice, smart idea. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Also, g'day Automatic Shark. How are we? For those that do follow, we do call everyone here a Gedunt. And the Marquis explained what a Gedunt was. So make sure to tell people that you are a Gedunt. Go up to them, say g'day. I'm a Gedunt. Your pleasure to meet me. Were you able to fix the wobbling on Cohort 0? Yes. Yes. So, we will get to that fix in a moment, Automatic Shark. G'day, Ecliptic. How are you doing? What were you up to today? Please, tell us. What were you doing? We're just basically telling people what we're working on today, finding out what the raid is doing, and then just as we're about to go back to work, we do it all over again for the next raid. I wanted to be included among the raiding hordes. God damn you, Ecliptic. It's pushing people out of the title. It is. It is. It does that. Yeah. Honestly, I think the most raiders we've had in a day was when I was doing like 10 to 12 hour streams. And we had, I think we hit 10 raiders in a day. But I think we're passing that. I think we've had more than that today. Let me... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're at 8. We're at 8. So, yeah. I raid you hard. You do. You do, Ezra. Yeah. Does this feel the same as love bombing? I mean, if I can get to work, sure. But we're just setting up NPCs stealing from the player. So I was just fixing some bits and or bobs to get ready for the test build. Massively improved the movement system. Nice. The issue that we were having the other day with the bobbleheads, the problem was, I'll go into here. So you can see all of these collision shapes here. All of those are these extensions here. Yeah. So you got like that collision shape there, got that one there. And that's basically to prevent the player from walking into those areas that they shouldn't be able to get to. And when you buy an extension, this was getting set to -3, right? It was getting set to -3, which makes the top of it flush. Makes the top of it flush with the floor. Okay? And that was basically how we were expanding the floor out. Okay? What I've now decided to do is, instead of having it drop down to -3 and become the next part of the floor, I have just expanded the floor. I've expanded the floor all the way out to the edge. And these collision shapes now drop down below the floor. They drop down to -3.2. What was happening is the bobblehead would be going along and it would get to where those two collision shapes meet and overlap to become like the whole floor. And the bobblehead would get stuck on that seam where they meet. Now that we've done that and we're having it just one solid collision for the floor, and these walls drop below the floor completely, it gets rid of that issue. That was our issue. That was the bug that we had. I got some physics stuckage in the gaps in the past. Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, there's no gaps. Like, they're all perfectly aligned, sort of thing. Like, I made sure that they were all perfectly aligned. But yeah. Anyway, that took care of that, fixes it all up. Yeah. Thank you for the follow too. I did see that. Much appreciated. Floating point errors, better with 1.4 for sure. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for explaining, you handsome floating head. No worries. Thank you for listening. I like rambling to people that listen. It's much better than rambling to myself because I don't listen. I do not listen at all. What else was there? What was where was it? Just scroll up there. Thinking today I might head back to Finite State Machine. Was looking to create a blackboard object. Manages values FSM needs. So extend behavior tree light system. Save state, just need save blackboard object. That's true. That's true. Something to look at and rip apart. Free blender rig. Dynamic Hornet. Dynamic Hornet. Oh, that Hornet. Okay. I thought... I thought you were talking like the Wasp. like that. I thought you were talking about this. Even a real Hornet rig would be nice. Yep. What about just rewriting the Godot scripts into machine code? God, no. God, no. Alright, so. So do this. Oh, Christ. My neck is shoddy shot. You can rewrite GD scripts, GD extensions in C++. You can. That is correct. That is correct. But like what we found yesterday was GD MAME and Godot secure. So GD MAME does GD script obfuscation. So your script comes out all obfuscated and stuff. Yeah. And then GD, like Godot secure, which basically creates a cryptographically unique engine build so that when you do an export, generic decryption tools don't work. And if someone wants to do a reverse engineering, they have to do it on a per build basis. And it also gets rid of the magic header to be randomized instead of fixed. It obfuscates the encryption key, and the universal decryption tools don't just work, yeah. So I would be interested in testing this out. Like just creating a project where you walk around, having some GD scripts, and use this to create a custom build, and have it like create a secure, like run the extraction tools, like the decryption tools and stuff, to see if they still work or not. Really put it to the test. I've tried GD MAME a couple of times and it doesn't seem to like exporting to web. Web is a different beast. So with web, yeah, I'm not sure how you would do it for web. There. I'd imagine it would break some things that web needs. But I mean, you could always set it up so that you don't have it run for a web build, but you have it run for every, like all the other builds. So if you're doing something for a game jam, it doesn't do anything, you know. Web is only target platform for the earliest part of my expected project lifecycle. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Usually that's what people do is like for the first little bit while they're doing a proof of concept and stuff, they'll do it as a web build, put it up on itch and whatnot. And then after that, they start making it for Steam and kind of release it out there. That's the general workflow I'm noticing anyway. Yeah. So once they steal, they leave. That's easy enough. I think that's all I need, right? I think that's all we need. Ooh, so yeah, now that we've got that done, being searched, add a node here will be, searching and items found. So we can attach a script here. And we can also attach a script to this. We can go stolen items found. Rename this. Stolen items found, searching, being searched, shopping. Alright. So while they're being searched, under here, I'll need to set up a animation for being searched. So like they go into like a T pose kind of thing, where they're like standing there, but like they're still breathing and whatnot. Like they're just being searched. Or maybe like an A pose kind of thing. To be the behavior. No, we're not going to give you a specific. We're going to go evaluate, return status running, if context gets caught stealing, drop items and run away. That's going to return status error. No. Return status success. If context gets being searched is false, then we return status error. If they're caught stealing, we return success. That goes on to stolen items found. If that's false and being searched is also false, then we return error. If they haven't been caught stealing and they are being searched, then we need to go ensure animation for being searched is playing. Yeah. That thing. I haven't created that animation yet, so we're not going to set that up. This afternoon, in the time between streams, I'm going to try and get the animation for the NPC holding the box, as well as the animation for the, like, stocking the shelves. I'm going to try and make sure that those things get done. Stolen items found. It's a behavior. I need to give you a class name either. Evaluate. Return status. Running. There's pay for items. Where are we? Context get items. I think items is where we put the items, right? Take item check. Give item. Held items, append, behavior tree context, set items to held items. Yeah, cool. So that's the array of items being checked. Awesome. I need to BRB for like 30 seconds. After I go here and go if context gets items size is 0, return status success. Otherwise, drop next item in array. Alright. I got BRB for about 30 seconds. I will see you soon. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Now, someone this morning, because I forgot to disable the hot sauces for the first couple hours, they redeemed the hot sauces. And it landed on the 135k. The Da Bomb hot sauce. Good morning, David. So, needless to say, we have some Da Bomb hot sauce to take. What up, Fanny Slam? Da Bomb hot sauce may taste like dirt, but these chicken sarkatars are delicious. So, hopefully... Sarkata! Who doesn't like a sarkatar? Yeah? Alright. This is for Hilden and their hot sauce redeemed from this morning. Uh-huh. Red indeed. Red indeed. Ooh. Spicy. Whew. Yep, the hiccups. Okay. Okay. Ooh. We need to take all that, pop all that there. Oh, thank you, Fanny Slam. Thank you very, very much. Is the hot sauce going for good when you turn it off? No. I was supposed to do that hot sauce at 9 a.m. because I don't want to do hot sauce for the first 2 hours of my day. So from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., I generally have the redeem turned off. And then I'll generally turn it on at 9 a.m. But I forgot to do that this morning. And Hilden redeemed a hot sauce at 7 a.m., which came up as the 135k. And I was like, nah, I'm doing that at 9 a.m. I'm not doing that now. No. It's now 9:51. But what I'll do is I'll re-enable the hot sources at 10:30. So that people can redeem hot sources every 30 minutes for the rest of the stream, as well as tonight's stream. Spicy. Spicy stuff. Ugh. Drop item. Go. Item or interactable. Was context. Get items front. Well, top front. We go context get owner. Drop item. So we do that. All right. The bike broke. Didn't you just get it? Vongo and Cam. We need to have a talk. We need to have a talk. Stupid pre-built. I don't think it's the pre-built's fault. So you two need to stop crashing your stuff into other people's stuff and then blaming other things. Okay? This is user error. Pebsar. Problem exists between seat and handlebars. Pebsar. Yeah. There's been severe flooding around the country overnight this morning. Friend parks car in underground garage, and he's gone to check it hasn't been destroyed. Well, if there's severe flooding and you've parked in an underground garage, I would expect, unless the underground garage is airtight, I expect the car to be destroyed. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. Alright, so. Flooding may not have reached there, but it did reach nearby, so. Not looking good. Yeah. Like, I would also hope an underground garage has, like, some really top quality drainage as well. I was riding, and the handlebars gradually folded down, and the screw holding it came pre-stripped. How'd the handlebars fold down? Generally, if the handlebars are folding down, the front tire is going out. So you get like an elongated bike. Right? No? Because, like, that's just one solid piece going through there, right? That's one solid piece going through there. Not a bike like that. A bike like this, that's also a solid piece of metal going through there. Well, that's still a solid piece of metal going through there. Not a road bike, not a mountain bike, a normal bike. What's a normal bike? Is that a normal bike? That looks like a normal bike to me. Yeah. Or is that a normal bike? That's a normal bike. Yeah. That's a normal bike. They called my mum a bike at school. Never understood that. Good. Good. Probably a tricycle. Ah, they mean a tricycle. Ah, I see. Right. This is the kind of thing that you're riding. Okay. We found Vongo's bike. Alright, we found Vongo's bike. Okay, I can see how that would fold now. I can see how the handlebars would fold. Okay. I get it. And they see me rolling their Hayden, of course. Bet you look sick riding that. It looks sick, but in an ill way. You know. Well, actually, no, that still works. What you build? We're making a shop sim. That's what we're making. Yeah. We're getting our customers to steal items. Yes. One thing I do need to do. Context get owner. NPC caught stealing. NPC being searched. Caught stealing and being searched. So the reason why we're doing that is because this stuff needs to be set by the employee or the player that is searching them. Yeah. Making a thief sim. Not a thief sim. We're making a shop sim where customers that come into your store may attempt to steal something. So that's just one aspect of it. So it's a general shop sim, but yeah, one of them, like occasionally a customer will be like, I'm going to steal instead of paying. Yeah. So, yeah. Made a life sim that allows you to make money by intercepting others on a hidden channel. Everyone can kind of hear, called the Whisper Channel. The occasional steal, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And I want to have... That's a genius idea. That is a genius idea. This here, this value here, we're going to 1.0 multiply or minus 0.02 no 0.01 5 times the game state shop settings rating. Actually, so this is how it's going to work. The higher your store's rating is, the more likely it is people are going to try and steal something. Somewhere between no one attempting to steal anything because your store rating is 0 and 1 in 20 people trying to steal something because your store rating is a 5.0. So the more successful your store is, the more security you need to have. But the more product you can actually sell. So yeah. I like that. I like that. Car not flooded. Damn it. Not this, but it's similar. Is it a tricycle? That looks like a tricycle. So again, okay. So this part here came loose, which meant this was able to move up and down, sort of thing. Like, rotate. It was able to rotate around. Right. Gotcha. Okay. So it didn't fold down. It came loose. Yeah. When you said fold, I thought they folded on the bar, sort of thing. I thought it was like a bike that was easy to store or something. Anyway, time to lose another game of chess. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Bump that. Come on, hurry up. Ain't gonna happen. Come on, go there. God damn, man, come on. Go there. Come on. Smart move would have been to go there. That was a silly move. You were winning! You were winning, and then you fucked it all up. Come on. Come on. Sammy, thank you for the resub. You legendary good done to you. Absolute legend. Much appreciated. 20 months. Man, I wish I could turn into a train. What? Morty, focus. You gotta turn into a train. Back from ads, what were you saying? I went into ads and you're saying it didn't, saying so it didn't fold. Oh, no, don't worry. Don't worry. What would you do if you could? They'd follow the same path every day. They would not do anything different because they can't. Hence the purpose of a train. Okay, so Wait, that's sad. No, duh. People are trains. Some people are. So we do that. We need to go back into trying to find a stream to sleep to. We'll be on for the next 4 hours or so. I'll be on for like the next two-ish hours. Does that help? Two-ish sounds good. Sounds good, Alanado. I would hope two-ish is enough to doze off. Any longer than, like... I think any longer than 30 minutes to doze off and something's not quite right. You know? Might need to do some exercise, go for a run, have some water, you know? Read a book, anything that doesn't involve computer screens. Yeah. I also wanted to make a "you're a towel" joke. I was walking... What? With raids, the stream never ends. No. The stream does still end even if we get raids. Don't worry about that. Love my computer stream when I'm trying to sleep. It knocks me. That explains a lot, Sammy. That explains a lot. We're talking about people being trains. There was this South Park joke from this towel. And he'd say to people, "You're a towel." Yeah. I know that, but I don't understand. Like, in the context, it's like, what? And the character that you're thinking of, Medusa, is called Towley. So it's not a joke from this towel. It's a joke by Towley. And Towley would go up. Whenever someone says something to him, he'd be like, "You're a towel." Wanna get high? Don't forget to bring a towel. You're a towel. It's a good character. It's a good character. The strong character. Yeah. My aunt got me a shirt with him on it when I was a kid. She thought he was sleepy. I mean, technically he kind of is. He's always kind of a bit drowsy, a bit sleepy. Okay, so the NPC. Yeah, so if they're being searched, it goes into there. If they're not being searched, it goes into there. So that should handle all of the NPC stuff for stealing at the moment. In progress. Testing. Being searched. animation. Okay. Actually, we also have dialogue, don't we? For when they're being searched. Yeah. Dialogue stopped. Dialogue caught. So I've still got some dialogue I need to write for those. Trade and sell. We need to write some more dialogue for. Let's get those updated now. And we also need to add this stuff in. Stopped. Security call 1, security let go. I think maybe we also need dialogue court 1. Five, 4, 3, 2. So when they're stopped, dialogued. Dialogue true. We go NPC. Set dialogue. And then this is going to be dialogue court. Rand I range between 1 and 5. Yeah. So we do that. If we go in here, so that does the TR. If not dialogued, we do that. So that way it's only going to display it once when it first sets it up. Quick question. How do I enter Grub? I was messing around with virtual displays. Now the screen boots to black. I need to get to Grub to delete the VD. It depends on where you need to get to. So if you just need to get into the boot options, that's one thing. But if you're not getting any output, then you'll probably... So if it's just booting to black, it goes to like the BIOS motherboard loading screen and then nothing after that. You will probably need to plug that SSD or hard drive into another machine, mount the drive, and then access the config file you need through that and update the setting that way. Yeah. It's booting into Linux, but then it goes black because it's trying to use a display that doesn't exist. Yeah, but what do you mean it's booting into Linux? Like, it boots into Linux, but it goes black. At what point does it go black? Does it go black when you log in? Does it go black after it displays the Linux loading output? Does it go black after it displays the BIOS window? Like, at what point? Because that's going to determine how you go about fixing it. Because at each of those points, it's booting into Linux. It's just not showing you a display. That's all. Right before the login screen. Okay, so yeah, you're going to need to... Like, basically, you're not able to get any output because it's trying to output to something that doesn't exist. So you need to take that drive, you need to plug it into another system, you need to boot into that system's operating system, mount that SSD or hard drive or whatever it is, and change the config file from there. Because that's the only way to actually get your display back. Like, otherwise, all you're accessing is like motherboard BIOS and stuff like that. You can boot into a USB as well. Yep, you can boot into a USB and try to get access through the USB that way. Like, you need to boot into something else that doesn't use that display config. Whether it's a USB, another computer, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Alternatively, what you could do, Vongo, if your system has a fallback, so usually when Linux is starting up, it'll display you like a few options of what you can boot into. One of those might be like a safe mode for your Linux distro, which you could boot into, and that'll bypass your config settings and stuff. One of them could be a fallback, which is like last update kind of thing before your config changes. That might get around it. It just goes straight to Pop OS. Oh, you're using Pop OS. Okay, here's what you need to do. Reinstall a different Linux distribution and piss Pop OS off. That's what you need to do. Okay? Get rid of it. Pop OS sucks. Never understood the Pop! OS hate. Well, what you're experiencing now is a pretty standard experience for people that use Pop! OS. I've used Pop! OS previously and did not like it at all. It was frustrating. It sucked. Yeah. I just like GNOME. So go for standard Ubuntu or go for any other distro because they all support GNOME. You know? Like, GNOME is just a window manager. It's nothing to do with the distro. You can install GNOME on whatever distro you want. If they were caught, let me go NPC set dialogue. Then I need to take this, pop it up here. That's caught. This here is stopped. There we go. Once you go Arch, you never go back. Nah. I don't use Arch for everything. Yeah. There's some stuff where I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna use like Debian, you know? Or perhaps Mint. Yeah. I got a few laptops that I use here and there for different stuff. All my apps and files are in Pop! OS. I mean, you can copy that stuff off the drive before you reformat it. That's perfectly fine. Another thing you could do, Vongo, another thing you could do is this. So you set up, let's go here. What you do is similar to my system, actually. So you can see how I've got 3 different partitions here. Okay, one for my boot sector, one for my swap, one for my root directory, and one for my home partition. Okay. My home partition is where all of my Steam games and stuff like that gets installed. The root partition is where all of the kernel stuff and system programs and stuff get installed. If I want to reinstall, if I want to change from Arch to Mint, all I need to do is change the boot, change the swap, and change the root. Like, this here's the main one. I change the root to be, instead of Arch, Linux and its kernel and programs, to be Linux Mint and its kernel and its programs. I leave the home drive as it is, and I just tell Linux Mint, hey, this is the home drive. Don't do anything for it. Yeah, you don't have to change swap for it. Yeah, like, you don't have to change swap for it. You might need to change boot, but the main thing you need to change is root. Yeah. Like that's the main thing, because that'll have your kernel and stuff. Yeah. That way, all of your files, all of your config settings for your Windows Manager, for your NeoVim, for your Steam, all of that stuff perfectly, like, stays exactly as it is. You don't need to redo it all. Linux performance getting better, but still needs some time to replace Windows? I don't think so. Because you got to remember that at this point in time, with Windows getting worse and Linux getting better, Linux doesn't need to get to the point that Windows used to be. It doesn't need to get to the point where, like, it doesn't need to get to like the Windows XP or the Windows 7 kind of, oh my god, everyone loves this kind of thing. Yeah. It just needs to get to a point, like Linux just needs to keep getting better and better until Windows has gotten to a point that it's worse than where Linux is. We just need that threshold to cross. And once that happens, which Windows is speed running that at the moment. Yeah. What distro would you recommend? I'm not a big fan of Mint for no particular reason other than I just don't flow with it. There's Fedora. If you want to use it just for gaming stuff mostly, then there's Bazzite Linux as well. There's Endeavour OS. Endeavour OS is a popular one too. If Windows keeps slipping more as it is, like you say, then I would agree. Yeah. I think Atomic distros like Silver Blue sounds interesting to try out, but also sounds like it can be a hassle to install everything you want. Yeah. One time a while back, I set a PC up to boot to 4 different distros. 3 Linux and 1 FreeBSD. Damn. Not sure how that ties over to playing games that are Windows only. Would be the only thing. So, you've got to remember though, Medusa, that games that are Windows only aren't Windows only. Like, all those games need to do is correct how their anti-cheat works. That's all they need to do. They just need to fix their anti-cheat, and all of those games would work on Linux. It's like, it's never a problem. It's never a problem of, oh, this game doesn't run on Linux. It's always a problem of, oh, this developer has chosen not to support Linux. That's what it is. So I think we need to change that mindset. Because every time people think, oh, Linux doesn't run games. It's like, no, Linux runs games. Developers just don't support Linux. Like, put the onus on the people making the software, not the operating system. More from Linux replacing Windows from a user point of view. If you want to play Windows games, you can't just swap over. Yes and no. Yes and no. You can swap over. It's just you're choosing not to because you're prioritizing League of Legends, Valorant, and Fortnite. You're prioritizing those types of games over everything else. Is it a lie that it's hacking? I heard the reason anti-cheat in Linux stuff is because most of the hacking came from Linux. No, that's incorrect. So, for instance, Battlefield 6. Battlefield 6 does not work on Linux, or it didn't work on Linux when the beta was playing, like when people had access to the beta. The first day that the Battlefield 6 beta was being played by people on Windows, their anti-cheat had already been bypassed, and people were already hacking. There was a streamer that was streaming them playing with wall hacks and shit. on the first day of the Battlefield 6 beta. So, like, it's... it's ridiculous. The only catch is when Linux becomes illegal for not having ID surveillance installed. How is that going to be monitored? How is the government going to know that you have Linux that doesn't have ID surveillance installed on your personal computer? How are they enforcing that? Linux not supporting lead is actually a benefit. That's true. That's very true, Verity. Yeah. Personal ain't feeling personal anymore. I mean, it's still personal. Because, I mean, it's... Even the ones that do require you to have, like, ID surveillance, you just provide them with a photo of a game character. And it'll be like, yep, cool. Do you know if the debloated version of Windows 11? I've heard of it, but I don't suggest... Like, I don't tell people to, like, de-bloat Windows and stuff, because those things can open you up to security issues. So I don't tell people to run that stuff. If you want to, go for it. But I'm just saying, I'm not going to tell you to do it. I'm not sitting here being like, yeah, no, go. No, I'm not. No. It's like a version that hospital uses and stuff, I mean. I don't know. I haven't heard of hospitals using a de-bloated version of Windows 11. I've only heard of hospitals getting hit by ransomware. So... Alright, so we have the dialogue there. It's displaying the dialogues when they are stopped and when they are caught. Windows LTSC. I don't know about security and things like that. Yeah, if you don't know about that stuff, then I wouldn't suggest touching it. Alright, so I think we have our NPC. We have our NPC thieving now. So that's testing. That's done. This, we need to create the animation. We need to set up security logic. In progress. Also, unsuccessful. If context, hang on. If behavior tree thieving. So if context get thieving, is false, then what I want to do is go context get review. Get review rating set rating to context get review get rating minus 0.5. So this here requires the player to be very careful now. So the player could search a NPC. But if they fail in finding anything, then the review is dropped by half a point. So they could have been giving you a 4.2 rating, but now they're giving you a 3.7 rating. Yeah. They could have been giving you a 3 rating, but now they're giving you a 2.5. So it's like, do I attempt searching this person and catching them stealing? Or do I let them go and not risk my score getting dropped? Take those. We go. What can we say here? So dialogue. We've got dialogue for when they are caught stealing, and we need dialogue for when they are when they're searched and they weren't actually stealing. Like a dialogue let go, we'll say. That way it matches up with the other stuff. Yeah. So security court 1 to 3, security let go 1 to 3, dialogue court 1 to 5, dialogue let go 1 to 5. Cool. I enjoy stealing. It's just as simple as that from Jane's Addiction song. Dialogue let go. And this here, I actually want this to subtract 0.1 multiplied by the NPC's personality. So if the NPC is neutral, going here. If the NPC is neutral, then it's 0. If they're nice, actually, if they're neutral, it should be 0.2. What are these? Dialogue options. I don't think I need those. Ratings mod. That's what we need. The ratings mod. If you have 0.2 divided by 0.5, it's going to be 1, right? You're going to have a Karen thief. Could go with the whole, do you know who I am? I don't know. I'm not going to be spending 4 months programming thieving. Let's see. Calculator. 0.1 divided by 0.5 is going to give you a 0.2. And that's if they're angry. If it's 0.1 divided by 3, give me that. It's a 0.1 divided by 0.2, 0.5. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. And then it becomes a thieving game. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thieving, you've got to remember, guard, that thieving is just like something extra to like warrant hiring employees and stuff. And buying security cameras and stuff like that. It's not the focus of the game. It's just an extra thing to add in for the fun of it. It's like if Grand Theft Auto San Andreas put like a ton of focus on going to the gym and not as much focus on the criminal aspect of the game. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, wouldn't make sense. So the review rating drops based on that, which is good. And then we have the dialogue display. That returns error. And we're going to set NPC being searched. Actually, no, that's fine. We do need to look at stolen items found. under here, NPC. Context get var NPC. Context get owner. NPC being searched false. NPC item size. We go context. Sets items to an empty array. Beautiful. Beautiful. So now the security side of things for the employee. It's actually done pretty quickly. I didn't think it would be that easy to set that up. Need to add a... It's not necessarily another sequence. I mean, yeah, it'd be a sequence. Security. There we go. It's not going too bad. After this, I think what we need is... How would the security work? It would... Like, they would need to go to the front of the store. I think we only want one security at a time. Maybe two. Maybe two. Have two areas that they stand, one on either side of the door. No, we'll only have one security that can be in hide. Like, you can only have one person assigned security. So we would need... security to... We'll need to head to their spot. Not that. Get rid of that. Add a general node. That would just be... move to door. And then they stand there, and when someone's leaving, it will do a check to be like, am I going to check this person? And that'll be like a 40%. Yeah. Well, actually, it'll be... It'll be a 60% check. Yeah. It'll be a 60% check. Move to door. Should search. Or actually, wait for customer. should search. And search. That's basically our loop right there. If each of these a script that inherits behavior. Okay. Maybe I need to set up my store. It's been 30 minutes. I'm still up. Maybe the shower kept me up. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Let me have a look here. So you got front door areas. Where's the outlines? There we are. I could extend this a bit. Sure why you're rotate 90 degrees, but all right. So we do that. So that way we can have our security stand here without having furniture get in the way and stuff. Yeah. We might even make that 1.5. .25, and then we'll also expand it to be 2.5. Make sure there's plenty of space. But then, how are we going to set up the security gates? You know, cannot believe that I'm thinking of changing my RPG to 3D instead of 2D. So happy I'm still in system design phase. Alright, we've got some important thinking to do here. If we have this, Yeah. Beautiful. It's just easier for assets. 3D is easier. Pixel art is the hardest part. And there are actually more assets needed in a pixel art game than a 3D game. I was looking at modeling the art and then rendering to pixel art. But why add a step? Would be better lights and effects in 3D. I mean, there can be, but I think that all depends on the design, right? Let's think. So for the security gates, we have the security gates get placed here. Maybe when a player buys security gates, they don't get to place them themselves. They just buy the security gates, and the next day, the security gates are installed here. Yeah. And then when they buy a different set of security gates, the next day the security gates are changed. Yeah. At which point we would want this to be probably like a 1.5. Yeah. So that way the player can't put furniture in this area. Keeps the doorway nice and clear for security gates to get installed. And for security to have somewhere to stand. So security gates can get installed and they can go either side of the doorway. And then the NPC that's doing security can like stand here or something. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Time for another chest loss. Get these ads out of the way. I'm going to throw you there. That's fine by me. Yeah, now what? Damn it. All right. So I can take there, then line you up. Okay, so he's called that. Start pushing that in that case. I'm good. Shit. There we go. Whew. This is going to be a timeout. I knew it was going to be a timeout. I knew it. I knew it was going to be a timeout. Hell yeah. How we doing, Jedum? Might be able to mix. Was thinking of an overworld map and the player can walk around. Then when an event or a story scene is entered, it would open a pixel art map. This could be a 3D map. Okay. I get where you're going. So sort of sort of how it works with Clair Obscur, where you've got the overworld map that the player's walking around on. That's still a 3D map in that case, though. Yours would be 2D. And then when they enter an area, or when a fight or an event happens, it goes into the battle scene, or it goes into the kind of third-person exploration part. Yeah. My Elo is evolving, and it is evolving in a stalemate direction. Also, Jedem, it's not an Elo. I do not have an Elo. I have a rating. I have a chess.com rating. Okay? An Elo is only for the actual chess competition organization that everyone hates. Yeah. Have to wake up at 4:30 a.m. for work. Ha! Ha ha ha! Welcome to the world of working, Bongo. Good night. Yeah. So, Elo versus chess rating. Oh yeah, a FIDE Elo rating. Chess.com Elo rating. Yeah. So like usually when people are talking about an Elo, they're talking about like a FIDE sort of thing. I prefer not to call the rating on chess.com an Elo. I prefer to just call it a rating. Because that way it's like, yes, I've got a chess.com rating. I don't have a FIDE Elo. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so we have them appear here. We have the security NPC standing somewhere here. Security marker. Lock that in place. And add mesh instance 3D, which will be 2.5, so 1.25. Oh no. 3.75. Oh. 2.5. Alright, so it is just 2.5. Move it back this way to about -1. And that there will be security gate. And that's going to be empty for the time being. C# Godot is kind of foolishly good and makes the user foolish for not just using GD script. Why? Why do you say that? And yeah, they'll be... They won't be 2 meters. They'll be about 1.9 meters apart, I reckon. Like one will go there, one will go there. The NPC will be there. Or, actually... If I move that there, we have the security. Standing here. With their rotation being -45. So that's where the security stands. So you go through, the customers will walk through, they'll go past the security gates, and the NPC here that's doing the security checks will be like, stop. Just got to search you. Make sure you're not stealing anything. But yeah. Easy. Alright, so I have security marker and security gate. Security gate. Security marker. Security gate. Mesh instance 3D. So the mesh instance 3D here, when they purchase it, that will set the mesh. But they'll do it for the net. No. How would you want that to work, chat? If you were playing this game and you bought a security gate for your front door, would you want it to appear there as soon as you've purchased it? Or would you want it to appear there the following day after you have purchased it? Right after, so you buy it and it appears there. All right. I like that idea. I like that idea. This is a good idea. That's a correct decision because it's easier for me to implement. Shop settings. Installed security gates. Under here, we go. Where's the loaded? Set up default furniture. Load store expansions. Okay, so I'm thinking under here, we can go if shop settings installed security gates is not empty. Then we go security gate mesh equals load game state shop settings installed security gates. Bam! Pages and pages. I just got diagnosed with Tom Jones syndrome. Wife, is that common? Me, it's not unusual. How many more you got? Yeah. Alana, though, shouldn't you be trying to get to sleep? I'm gonna call you Hola. Hola. What do you call a woman standing in the middle of a tennis court? A net? Love it. Love it. I want to change this as well to be shop loaded. Oops. Am I going to allow this to be? Maybe. Maybe. Got a flat tire. Pulled over to change it. Some guy asks, "Did you get a flat?" I said, "No, I was driving along and the other three just swelled up." I should, but this guy has the best little sentences. They're called jokes. That's the best little sentences. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. I like that. The best little sentences. It's my new favorite way to refer to them. Best little sentences. So we have that set up. Employee actions. Move to door. Evaluate. Return status running. So what I would need to do is go context get owner. NPC nav agent move. We need something, so if nav agent is navigation finished, we return status success. If NPC nav agent is target reachable not, context set work to be enums task. No, it's not task. Is it going to be employee only? Oh, of course, employee data, work, none. And this is going to be employee. Voila. Is it via context, though? I'm not sure it's via context. I think it's under employee data that we set it, isn't it? We set employee data assigned. And this listens out for when that's assigned, and it changes things. So I go employee data. Assigned, none. And we return status error. First thing I need to do is get a target. What up, Tommy? You always come in screaming hypnotic, and spelling it wrong. It ends with a K, dude. Jesus. I have something exciting to tell you. I learned how to add 3D animations in HTML CSS today. Nice. Are you using the what is it? The 3JS or something like that? What was it called? Yeah, 3JS. Using this thing. Something like that, but with my navigation bar. Yeah. Three JS is pretty decent. I mean, look at this. Look at that. Turn resolution up, turn it down. Sponsor. This is a popular scene. And look at that brick. Look at the metal. Yeah. It's done pretty well. Yeah. They've done well with 3JS. Okay, so we have this stuff there. I need to assign a target position. So how do I do... Move to restock. Start walk to checkout. Vector 3 inf. We go. If target is vector 3 inf, then we go employee nav agent. Target will be game state store security marker global position. If the target is unreachable, then we return error. Set the work to be none, so they're unassigned from work. And we set the target back to vector 3 infinite. So that way, the next time we come through, we'll try to do this. When they do get to that spot, then I should probably have this set to target vector 3 inf as well. So that way, if they leave or anything, where'd you get the second eye from? And who still uses autocorrect? Who still uses autocorrect? Come on. Spelling's not that hard. It sounds like you need to add hypnotic with a K into your dictionary. Yep. If you add it into your dictionary, never gonna have any problems again. Okay, so that's the initial setup for our NPC security. Thieving NPCs logic setup. Still need animation for being searched. Started employee security logic. With all the stuff we've done today. Oh, you are sleeping, Ola. You are. Math can be used in a funny way. It can be. It can be. For example, 5,315,000 No, 53,158,008. I'm pretty sure. $53,158,008. You type that into a calculator, flip it upside down, and it's boobies. Oh, actually, no. There's no E in there. It's where is it? 5,318,008. 5,318,008. Boobies. See? Thank you, cowboy. Thank you. I thought that was nice too. It's an old code. Checks out. Yep. I totally haven't been watching a bunch of clips from Big Bang Theory, and one of those may or may not have been Raj answering what is the best number. True story. True story. Alright. What we might do. Big Boy's finishing up by the looks of it. Yep, Big Boy just ended. Literally just ended. So, let's see. Let's go here. This one looks good. Oh, we could go there, or we could go there. Go there, because that's Bad Cop and Howling. You know, we haven't actually rated Howling for a while. Okay. Why is it how long? That seems weird. Anyway. Anyway. G'day, you dunce. There we go. I will be back in 5 hours. Alright? What we're going to do in that time, what we're going to do in 5 hours is we're going to finish off the security logic. Okay? We're going to get that security logic put in place, and we're going to have our employees searching customers that are leaving the store. I need to create a model for the security gate and having that detecting NPCs that are stealing stuff at like a 40, 60, 80% chance, depending on the quality that you've purchased. We need to create models for the security cameras. I need to do animations for being searched and also searching, all that kind of stuff. So, I will see you all in 5 hours to get that done. All right? I'll see yous then. Have a great time, you good dunce.